Alrighty. So why don't we get into the man within? The House for Temps Knight has a message for you. Ah, Master Dan. It is well that you are here. You are wanted within. I believe Master Alphinaud wishes a word with you. Oh wow, alright. I don't know why you couldn't give me the quest, but alright. Welcome, Master Dan. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yo, enjoy your lurk. And thanks again for the resub and the raid. What's up, Tataru? The Scions will find a way. I just know we will. Oh, we will. Ah, Bat, there you are. Have you a moment? There is something I would fain discuss. Sure. I must ask you to recall the events which unfolded at the Peace Conference, though I dare say you would sooner forget them. My mind returns again and again to the moment when Nidhogg appeared before the crowd in guise of a Stinian, and it was a sight to chill the soul, but one which gave me reason to hope that our friend might not be beyond salvation. When you described his fateful transformation at Azazla, I feared him lost forever. But the mere fact that some semblance of his former self endures must surely count for something. Alas, I have no evidence to support this impression. Thus did I turn to Yastola and Kryl for a more empirical appraisal. And full glad I am that I did, for it would seem that they have some observations of their own to share. The ladies have saved us a table at the Forgotten Night. Shall we go? Sure. Excellent. Let's not keep our honored colleagues awaiting. Let's do it. Oh, they were kind enough to transport me outside. To the Forgotten Night. Nope. Let's see. There's Kryl and Yastola. I don't see anyone else. The name does this establishment a disservice. Remarkably few of its patrons seem inclined to drink their way to oblivion. I do begin to see why Tataru chose to work here. What about you, Kryl? Oh, cutscene. How's it going?
We have kept you waiting over long, I fear.
Not to worry, Alphino. We had some rather fine mulled wine to keep us company. Truth be told, you could have delayed your arrival a few moments more.
Gibrion got the spicing just right this time. His latest batch is not only delicious and warming, but soothing to the humors.
Indeed. But 'twas not to soothe our humours that we gathered here.
Ah, no, quite right. The matter of that poor dragoon.
You have discovered something. A means to save him?
Let us not jump to conclusions, shall we? Assess the facts presented, then make an educated analysis, as you were taught.
Pray, cast your mind back to the moment of Estinian's transformation. Do you recall how you described it to us? You spoke of the sudden pangs which racked his body when he took up both of Nidhogg's eyes, and of how his form was twisted thereafter into a shadowy semblance of the Great Worm.
When he appeared at Falcon's Nest, The worm's eyes were fused to his mail.
Would that only his armor had been corrupted. Snaking forth from the eyes, I descried dark tendrils which entangled his very being. His ether has been all but smothered.
Then he is lost to us forever?
What did I just say about jumping to conclusions? Y'shtola clearly stated all but smothered. As I later discovered, her impression matched my own. Though Nidhogg's presence filled my mind's eye, beneath his seething aura, I sensed the merest hint of something else. And after listening to Y'shtola's observations, I became more certain of my suspicion that the something else I had sensed was, in fact, the trace of a different will, submerged in the sea of Nidhogg's rage.
You mean...
Yes, 'tis like that Estinian spirit yet lingers.
Can we not wrest him from Nidhogg's grasp, then? Tear the eyes from the armor?
We know not if that would serve to separate Worm's soul from man's. None have ever attempted such a feat.
Should it offer even the faintest hope of success, then by the gods, I shall be the first to try.
Alphino. By all means, hold fast to your hope, but be mindful of the dangers. Even should you succeed in excising the eyes from the Dragoon's mail, we have no way of knowing if your friend's soul would survive so violent a separation. And that is to say nothing of the possibility that his would-be savior might become Nidhogg's next host.
But what other choice remains to us? Should the opportunity present itself, I will tear those foul orbs from Estinian's armor and trust in the resilience of his soul, even at the risk of mine own.
Ah! I found you at last! A messenger of the Temple Knights came to the manor some few hours past. The Lord Commander humbly requests the company of the Warrior of Light and Master Alphino.
Sir Emmerich would speak with us. Very well, thank you, Anawa.
'Twould seem duty calls. Pray see to yours, and we shall return to ours.
Thank you, Y'shtola, Kryl. Your words have given me hope where there was none. Come then. Sir Emmerich awaits.
Alphino is allowing his feelings for this Dragoon to cloud his thoughts. I worry he may do something rash. Keep an eye on him, would you?
They think more of their friends' deliverance than their foes' defeat. But will history commend their fealty or condemn their folly?
The conference held at Falcon's Nest was to be a celebration of the reconciliation twixt man and dragon. But the lingering shade of Nidhogg, clad in the flesh of the Azure Dragoon, did mark the occasion by spilling the blood of his own kind. A timely atrocity to remind the children of Ishgard that the Dragonsong War was far from over. And when fear gave way to fury, the call to arms rang out anew. Death to Nidhogg! Death to Nidhogg!
Indeed. Right. So, Amric needs to see us. Yo, Amric, I'm right here. Alright, I don't see any other NPCs around here. Alright, what's up? What news has Sir Amric to share with us, I wonder? Who knows? We'll just take the money, whatever. An ally for Ishgard. Alphanod is eager to hear what tidings Sir Amric has to share. Might Sir Amric perchance have received word of the Durvanian advance? Or mayhap they have located that is to say, mayhap Nidhogg has been found. Come, I would hear what the Lord Commander has to say. Okay.
My friends, I thank you for coming.
You have had news of Nidhogg?
Alas not. Our scouts range far and wide, but they have as yet found no trace of the Great Worm.
We dispatched an elite unit of dragoons to reconnoiter the churning mists, but even they returned empty-handed.
A pity.
Fear not, Alphino. We shall see the worm again soon enough. His words at Falcon's Nest attest to that. Indeed, he is like to come sooner than we would wish.
I assume Ishgard's defenses are being bolstered as we speak?
With all haste. I mean to call upon every able-bodied warrior at our disposal, from the Knights of the Four Houses to the men and women of the Watch. But I did not summon you to discuss strategy.
What then would you have of us, my lord?
I will speak plain. Now that Nidhogg is possessed of both of his eyes, no mortal force we can muster will repel him. That being the case, we must needs recruit an ally of equal strength.
You speak of Hraesvelga?
I do. To whom else could we turn?
That he is Nidhogg's equal, I do not deny, nor can I name another. But convincing the reclusive creature to do battle with his own brood brother will be... how shall I put this?
It will be no small undertaking, yes. Estinian's report was most particular about Hraesvelga's unwillingness to involve himself in the affairs of men. But much has changed since your visit to Somal, and if there is even a chance that the dragon may be swayed, I must plead our case. Whatever price the dragon asks of me, I shall pay it. Such was my oath, to defend the people of Ishgard. Come what may, my friends, the battle with Nidhogg will mark the end of my tenure as the acting head of church and state. Will you help me discharge this final duty?
We will, my lord, though I fear our involvement offers no guarantee of success. Come then, we will depart at your leisure.
Thank you. Both of you. The city is yours, First Commander.
My lord, we shall pray for your swift return.
Yeah, we're on a field trip with Sir Amric. What's up, Alphanon? I somehow doubt that Hraesvelgr will be pleased to see us, but for Estinian's sake, and that of countless others, I suppose we must risk his displeasure. It grieves me to impose upon you on this matter, but you of all people understand the threat we now face. It is no imposition, Sir Aymeric. To Bat and I, Ishgard is a second home. After the many battles we have fought and the bonds we have forged, the plight of your nation has become our own. If there is aught that we can do to aid in its salvation, then pray impose all you must. You are true friends. Shall we be about our task then? We have no way of knowing when Nidhogg's shade will strike, but we must assume that time is not our ally. Indeed. With that in mind, I have taken the liberty of dispatching a messenger to inform Mistress Tataru that you will be escorting me to a solemn All. I confess, I did not provide the exact details of our destination, as they are yet unknown to me. We will summon Hraesvelgr at the zenith, in the churning mists. Ere we begin our ascent, however, I think it best we pay a visit to Annex Trine. You seek an advantage in the coming negotiations? I do. I would consult with Vidofnir. I propose this in part out of concern for her condition. Were she to succumb to her wounds, it could have grave consequences to our alliance. That apart, she may be able to provide insight into her sire's current state of mind. Well reasoned. To the Dravanian Forelands, then. Yes, to the Dravanian Forelands. Which is there. I wonder if Aymeric has to fly there because he can't teleport. I don't think he's been there before. There. Ah, 'tis the warrior of warriors and his companions. What bringeth you to mine abode? Pray forgive us for disturbing your recuperation, Vidofnir. I hope your wound does not pain you overmuch. Did thou imagine me close to death? The thrust was deep, but not mortal. I will heal in time. Full glad I am to hear it. You were the guest of honor at our conference, and we failed in our duty of protection. On behalf of Ishgard, I apologize unreservedly. Yo, Fran, how's it going? You heard of this game? Hope I enjoy it. I've heard of this game too. I hope you're doing well there, Fran. I am a dragon full grown, and thou thought to protect me, mortal? I was tempered by the fires of battle ere thy great-grandsire learned to crawl. Thy words do remind me of a knight whom I called friend some 1,000 years past. He swore to defend me from harm and hardship. Would that we could return to that era of peace, when man and dragon knew such comradeship. Would that our every effort to do so were not undone by ancient rancor. For a truth there can be no peace while Nidhogg's shade yet lingereth. That much is plain, yet we lack the strength to banish him. Thus do we make for solemn all, to beseech the aid of your sire once more. Folly, thou knowest as well as I that how he will answer. Hraesvelgar's heart remains unchanged then, a pity. But if it is folly to hope, I am content to die a fool. As hath ever been away with thy kind. Go then, but be warned, the Shade's presence hath driven the minions into frenzy. Thank you, Vidofnir. We shall disturb your rest no longer. Huzzah! I don't know what I'm this, I guess. Okay. All is well, and hope the same for me. Yeah, it's going fairly well. Just finished playing for tonight. Got a bunch of yokai. Gotcha. My my main character, he's got seven of the yokai weapons so far. Definitely got Dark Knight Dragoon, Black Mage, White Mage. What else did I get? I want to say Machinist and Dancer, but I don't quite remember. But I definitely got Monk. Mangy Mutt is best. Oh yeah, I did get Summoner. I forgot about Summoner. You only got the Summoner weapon. Oh, it's a lovely weapon, isn't it? Lucia's report described Annex Trine in detail, but her words failed to convey the overwhelming strangeness of standing here in the demence of dragons. Right, what does Vidofnir have to say? 'Tis folly to believe thy words might sway the heart of my sire, yet I wish thee fortune in thy endeavor nonetheless. Thank you, Vidofnir. Winning over the worm. Though I expect no better answer from Vidofnir, I take little pleasure from having been proven right. 'Twould seem that our presence at Zenith will be every bit as unwelcome as I had anticipated. But what is the ire of one great worm to a trio of self-confessed fools such as ourselves? Let us begin our ascent. After you, Master Alphinaud. Scout ahead if you wish, Bat. We shall join you outside Mogholm. Oh, we going to Mogholm? Sure. Oh, he was just right over here. Okay. The Lord Commander seems lost for words, nor can I blame him. I recall being similarly awestruck when I first beheld this vista. I had heard tales of the world above the clouds, but never did I dream. One's mind paints a pale picture of its majesty. Few live to see such wonders. I am reminded of my first visit to this peak when Istinian and Iceheart yet walked at our side. Oh geez, it's a Moogle. Kupo, is that you, Bat? Ah, if it isn't Mog, Don't tell me you've forgotten my name, Kupo, after all we've been through together. But at least you remember me. You do remember me, don't you, Bat? Oh geez. Definitely not the third option. Wait, isn't Mog? Okay, I'm not looking up the answer, but I'm pretty sure Mogon is the the giant Moogle. I'm just looking up to make sure that I know the giant Moogles one. Are you kidding me? I would have had that. Okay, I would have had that so wrong. Jesus. Apparently, Moglin is the giant Moogle, and this one's Moghan. Okay, I had that completely backwards. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Phew, you seemed a bit hesitant for a moment there. I was hesitant, wasn't I? But I'm sure you were just fondly recalling the time we camped near Zenith, right, Kupo? Sure. You thought it was Moguri? Nice. But putting our shared history to one side, what brings you and your friends to Mogholm, Kupo? Ah, another audience with old Hreisfelger. Well, I hoped you would have brought the horn, Kupo. With the winds as gentle as they are, the good loud toot should reach the great worm's ears easily enough. That is good to hear, Moghan. Thank you. We had best press on to Zenith, while the winds are in our favor. Sorry. Now that was unexpected, Kupo. Chieftain Moglin will want to hear about this. Why gonna tattletale on us? Why you gotta do that? I mean, well, you know what? We'll just fast travel over there. Why not? Oh geez, there's someone here with a car. Pray sound the horn, Bat. Okay. We must win Hraesvelgr to our cause. Fail in this, and Ishgard's fate is all but sealed. I wonder where he sleeps. You dare summon me again, mortals?
Great Hraesvelgr, 'tis not lightly that we beg this audience. Pray hearken to our words, for they concern the future of man and dragon both.
Greetings, Hraesvelgr. I am Emmerich de Burrell, acting ruler of the nation of Ishgard. I am come before you to parley on behalf of my people.
To parley. Thinkest thou thy purpose unclear to me? Thou art come to beg mine aid in the battle against the shade of my brood brother?
You foresaw mine intent.
But I but read that which is writ plain on in thine eyes. Would that thou had wit enough to scry the answer in mine. My beloved Shiva did once build a bridge twixt man and dragon, a bridge which thy treacherous forefathers saw fit to tear down, and thou, as thou well knowest. Thinkest thou Nidhogg was alone in despairing at the murder of our brood sister? Thinkest thou mine own soul did not cry out for vengeance? Know then that upon that accursed day my heart did wither in my breast, and thy kind become unto me the harbingers of despair. "'Tis only Shiva's gentle dream that preventeth me from flying at Nidhogg's shoulder. Be grateful that I swore to abjure aggression ere I consumed her. I permit my children to offer or deny thee aid as they see fit, to warn thy people of my brood brother's coming, that thou wouldst dare ask more of me, but affirmeth thine incurable arrogance.
We understand that in your despair at man's betrayal, you seek only the refuge of solitude. But despite your protestations of spent faith, do you not still nurture the smallest flame of hope?
Perceiveth thou such light in the dusk of mine existence?
I do. If you claim I see falsely, then tell me, why did you consent to bear Rizel upon your back?
Izael, Pytus, deluded Izael. The child did lament her past sins, and sought to balance the scales with her remaining days. 'Twas her unquenchable passion, so like that to my beloved, which did spur me to flight. And for mine own part, I would countenance no longer the hearts of evil men to use my brood brother's eye for ill.
So you do distinguish between those who acknowledge and repent their sins and those who perpetuate them. Interesting. It seems to me that you have not, in fact, lost faith in mankind as a whole. Rather, you weigh our respective merits by how we allow the past to influence our future.
Spare me thine idle sophistry. Even were there a mote of truth to thy reasoning, what of it? Wouldst thou have me slay mine own sibling to save a city of mortals?
Should we suffer ties of blood to bind our hands, then? Nay, if the crime is one of unconscionable evil, we must needs condemn it, even should the transgressor be our closest kin. When my father corrupted himself and his followers with the power of a primal, I beseeched the Warrior of Light to slay him, an act alike to patricide. That he did not die by my hand matters little. If anything, it heaps greater disgrace upon my name. But had my father not fallen, he would have drawn countless thousands into a holy war of hellish proportions, which I hold the greater crime. Thus did I order his execution, sparing the lives of my people and yours. Alas, your brother Worm now prepares to murder those whom I sought to spare. What is more, he has taken my comrade's body for his own. But if I must slay my dearest friend to defeat my direst foe, I will not flinch from my duty.
Thou wouldst strike down thy friend, and by example of thy righteousness persuade me to break mine oath and kill my kindred?
Dyrkin iles, kol hes nar inish, draor in.
Heed me, my child. The servants of Hydaelyn envision a different outcome. They intend salvation not only for Ishgard, but for those for the doomed dragon slayer as well.
Daniteg, Garjas, Nosk in an, Slisva Holgas, Kain na.
Believest thou this shade to be Nidhogg returned? Is it not merely a manifestation of his vengeance? The shadow cast by thy brood brother's rage? I would not command thee, but ponder well thy course, lest it lead thee unto great remorse. See, while the shade of vengeance remains, the future will ever be uncertain. Help us save our companion, or nothing. I like the first one better. It's longer, it takes longer to say.
Esgniteg, esgdir ulgar an, in an, hesnesh an, jas ong, inga.
Nidhogg's transformation into rage incarnate is, in part, of mine own doing. I rendered unto him mine eye, and empowered his revenge thereby. But 'tis a purity of my brood brother's wrath that leadeth him his all-surpassing might. Hast thou the strength of will to stand against so terrible a shadow, I wonder? 'Twould seem I must put thee and thy companions to the proof. I shall await thee in the ruins wherein Radadaskar once dwelled. Heed well the words of my children, and hasten thee to the place of thy trial. Right. How's it going, King? I hope you're doing well. Another day, another trial. Such ordeals must seem almost mundane for you by now, but that I could say the same. I believe I've spied a wyvern landing just outside this palace. It is doubtless one of the children of whom Hraesvelgr spoke. Come, my friends, let us not keep our escort waiting. My broodmates and I will bear you to the place of your trial. Make your preparations. Nice. Dungeon time, but I'm going to take a small break to refill on coffee because I ran out. So I will be back. It's not going to be too long. It's not going to be like my long breaks. It's just going to be like maybe 2 minutes. So I'll be right back. Okay, I've returned. Let's get into it. Let's do this trial. Well, it's not a trial. It's technically a dungeon, but it's a Hraesvelgur's trial. Let's do it. NPCs. Well, we're stuck with these guys. Okay. Oh my goodness, my portrait is all wrong. Why is my portrait all wrong? That's not fair. What do we have here? We do have this. Do we want to use a battle manual? Might as well. Come on, use it. That'll help us gain some levels. Hey, you can't push me back. That's not fair. I knock you. Yeah, take that. Push me back like that.
Focus. Release! Away with you!
You knocked me back again, well, you're gonna get kicked. Yeah, take that. You knock me back, I kick you.
Pride.
Them's the rules, them's the rules.
Down with you!
Haha. Kick you too. Yeah. First boss battle. It's a Moogle. This is as far as you go, Bat. Moglin, how could you do this to me?
Away with you!
is that thing? Come on, over here. Oh, he's almost down. Got him. We can jump, like really long distances too. We got this, we got this.
Away with you!
No, it's hatching. How dare you? They're just babies. Why are they sending babies after me? This isn't right. More babies. No. I didn't ask for this.
Away with you! Away with you! Away with you!
You underestimate me!
That's right. You underestimate me. Ooh, it's a horse. It's a pony. That's a majestic pony. Oh, they got shot.
I have my pride.
What are you guys doing over here? Hmm? Oh, geez. Ow. Cloud call? Can I kick that? No, I can't.
Down with you! Down with you!
2%. He's down. A Viking helm. They're spitting fire at me. Okay. There. I was wondering why it wasn't working for me. An ice bridge? What? That's impossible. Why would they give me an ice bridge? Well, he is a blizzard dragon. That's fair.
Down with you!
Away with you!
No, my TBN. It's not at this level. That's not fair. He knows I can't do a TBN.
Away with you!
Oh geez. Oh geez.
You underestimate me!
Away with you!
Diamond Storm? What does that do? Oh geez, everything's ice.
I have my pride. I have my pride.
Come on, you're at 10%. Well, 11%, whatever. 10% now. Let's do it. Huh. You'll think that can stop me? It'll stop you. Did the trial please you, Hacefelger? You guys okay back here? I shan't soon forget this trial. I gave my all. That's right. Too far away? What do you mean? What? We got an orchestration roll? What? How dare them? Wait, what? And a card? Hacefelger card. Alright, let's leave. Let's leave. Let's get out of here. Even bereft of an eye, my brood brother was a fearsome foe indeed. But having tasted thy strength first-hand, full well can I imagine how thou didst bring him low. The dread title of Azure Dragoon is no empty appellation. There we go.
Cis and sleaze like K1. Oh,
Very well, I shall trust in the seed of man one last time. By thy deeds shall the flickering hope that lingereth yet within my heart be kindled anew, or extinguished forever.
Tan in unsisnat.
That you yet stand is ready proof of your determination, mortals.
Swor as finan. Stiskar ikin. El en in an. Sedgar initek.
Let us fight as allies then, and together banish my brood brother's vengeful shade. On my oath, the wrath that once was Nidhogg shall meet its end.
Taishi S.E. Isa.
This I swear on the memory of my beloved Shiva, and on the soul of lost Izael. Alright. Countless times have I fought the minions of Nidhogg, but never did I imagine that I would one day face Hraesvelgr himself. Oh, this, my poor ribs. That was a painful reminder of the great worm's might. And had he truly meant us harm, we would not be standing here now. Plainly, his intent was to teach. His onslaught forced me to recall my training about the speed of the dragon, his balance, his blind spots. It was, in short, a very thorough lesson. Oh no, it's the Mughals. How could you do this to us? Oh, ow, Kupo. Bat, let me begin by congratulating you on the completion of your trial. For one with a name more befitting as Jester, you fight with the savagery of a rabid demon. Do you see now how my wings were kinkled? Even my palm aches. After this drubbing, I fear my loyal subjects will have to bear the load of my personal chores for quite some time, Kupo, possibly indefinitely. Yeah, I bet. What? When I told you about Bat's trial, I didn't mean for the rest of us to suffer. That's triple shifts for you, Moghan. Shouldn't have said anything. Triple? But that's not fair. There's no justice, Kupo. None at all. Maybe you should have voted better.
Our negotiations proved rather more strenuous than I had anticipated, but the results seem well worth the effort.
The battle was indeed hard won. Thank you, my friends. I would never have earned Hreysvelga's cooperation had you not seen fit to grant me yours. 'Twas your stalwart heroism that moved the heart of the Great Worm at the last. Any gratitude I can offer is but poor reward for your continued service to Ishgard.
Twould seem our final reckoning with the dread worm is at hand. I only wish we had some inkling as to when he means to strike. Oh gods.
The cry heraldeth his coming. Nidhogg's shade hath taken wing.
It has begun. We must away to Ishgard.
Nope. Midgard's summer is gone. I pray we are not too late. Before we do that, I gotta fix my portrait apparently. What? No, wait. Why wasn't my portrait working? The end to the song. Aymeric is desperate to fly to Ishgard's defense. You gonna build some stuff? Well, that sounds, you know, like a good change in direction, right? Yeah, that sounds like a, you know, if you don't like what you're doing now, you know, try something else. Ishgard will not last long against Nidhogg and his horde. We must away. Well, let's away then. Know you then what his roar portendeth?
Aye. I must return to my city without delay.
Then we shall lend you our wings. Let us meet with Nidhogg on the field of battle, and together bring an end to this wrathful song. Yeah, let's do it. We get to ride on Hreysvelgar himself. Huzzah!
Remember your training! We hold fast until the Lord Commander returns. Ugh. We must hold.
Reinforcements! By the Fury, that one is the size of Nidhogg.
Lord Commander!
You are late, Warrior of Light.
Watan and by E.
Wherefore standest thou with these vermin, brother?
Still walking.
Abandon this war, Shade.
Nal inda. Ale el ikinfa en kohesto in.
The suffering thou sowest serveth no end. The traitors' progeny have learned their forefathers' betrayal, and seek now to make amends for our kind. With our kind.
Undo kai omon ikin in kastaga. Stajas. Skol es so.
Never shall our grief be assuaged, nor our loss forgotten, but reconciliation may yet halt the spread of this plague of enmity. Forsake thy vengeance and be at peace.
Orsk mik in eskia in wan ihe. Dolun hikin hern esh.
What soft-headed ramblings are these? Thy diligence with that vile maid hath robbed thee of thy wits. Mayhap her cloying perfume hath made thee forget the stench of our brood sister's lifeblood. Thou darest speak thus of my beloved?
His inga, liskol nusgar aki, sus ulwar.
Ah, so the flames of rage may yet be kindled. I feared my heart's fire had long since gone out, but waste not thy fury on words, brother. Thou shalt have need of it for the battle.
Esk drar mig in, faun vår må I te tothar vis an in.
Thou art weak, Hraesvelga, a slithering worm who fawned on the vermin who should rightly be his prey. For 1,000 years have I fought without cease, and thou didst think to prevail against me?
Snalis in, Lendwar, Elstra.
Glory not in thy victory, Shade. This battle is not yet won. My power and my hope have I trusted to another. thine eye. What hast thou done?
Ja, Wa'il and Stra and In.
Fool, thou wouldst trust a mortal with thy strength? I know thee. 'Twas thou who didst intrude upon my lair, and best the half of me. But now I am whole, and naught in creation shall deny me my vengeance. The final steps of faith now accessible. Let's do it. Well, it says less than 5 minutes, so we might be able to get this done. But yeah, King, hopefully, you know, this new job will be at least a little better than your previous one. Come on, DPS, let's go. One healer, one more DPS, come on, let's go. I don't know. We'll eat an egg. Why can't we eat an egg? I don't know what. Okay, whatever. Oh, because we're queuing. Oh geez. It's Estini Hog. Oh geez. I bet I could probably get that egg now, right? Yep, okay. Ow. Oh geez. Oh geez. Hot tail? What? We did it. He's back to normal. Well, he's got some eyes on him, so, but, you know, he's somewhat back to normal. Well, nobody stayed. Well, that's it. Well, it sucks to be them. Well.
Estinian!
Is this to be mine end? Nay, I will not allow it. I am of the first brood. I am vengeance incarnate. I am Nidhogg! Thou shalt die by my hand! This is not your hand, worm! Thou wilt obey! I would ask one last favor of you, Warrior of Light. Finish me, now, while I have the beast subdued! You waste your time. Kill me! It is the only way! Ending Nidhogg will be my final duty!
No! You can't die like this! I won't let you!
Soul's cry, a passion welling within. Sacrifice, abidably to her king.
The eyes! Cast them into the abyss!
Yet this bond of hope by treachery was broke, scattering her words to the wind.
He lives. Ah, Estinian, my ill-fated friend. Lucia, summon the healers. I want them ready to receive him.
At once, Lord Commander.
Allow me to do this much, at least.
The Horde have sensed the fall of their master and scattered to the winds.
You have my gratitude, Hresvelga. Your deeds this day have saved a great many lives.
Then our alliance hath served its purpose. Thou didst wield the power I granted thee well. 'Twas thine own skill and not mine eye which earned thee victory. I wish thy companion of swift victory. Fare you well, children of man.
The battle is won. We can do no more for Estinian now than bear him home and wish him well, even as Hraesvelgr did. The rest we must trust to the hands of the healers and the grace of the gods.
It's true. It's true. Are you okay, sir? You right? Man, it was a hard-fought battle, huh? I bid you welcome, Slayer of Nidhogg. Ever do the gates of Ishgard stand open to our savior? Oh, thanks. Oh, come on, dude, you can do it. Come on, get up there. Come on, you got it. Come on, little further. Come on, let's go. Through the haze of pain, I swear I sensed, but no. The past is done, and we must look to the future. At long last, Nidhogg is gone. His foul spirit cast out once and for all. I only pray that Estinian survives the ordeal. Heroes of the Hour. Your battle with Nidhogg's Shade will beget many an epic ballad, Bat, and rightfully so. It was, without a doubt, one of your more epical victories. Though I must admit that I took greater joy in seeing you emerge from the experience unscathed. And not only did for your own sake, but had you not been there to aid me, those infernal eyes would still be fused to Estinian's mail. Yet even with Nidhogg gone, I cannot help but wonder how much of our friend remains. Let us pay a visit to Lucia and beg news of his condition. Sure. Let's go. Let us speak with Lucia. She will know how Estinian fares. Bat, Master Elfenard, may my honored friends, as if winning Hraesvelgr to our cause were not enough, you took it upon yourselves to rid us of his brood brother. I know not how to thank you. My own contribution was hardly noteworthy. The true saviors of the day were Bat and Estinian. One triumphed over Nidhogg's Shade through strength of arms, and the other through strength of will. And speaking of Estinian, what news of his recovery? The Azure Dragoon was conveyed to the infirmary where he now resides under the care of our hospitalier captain. I'm told he has yet to regain consciousness. But as you know, Estinian's mind and body were held hostage for many days. We must be patient and allow the process of healing to begin. In the meantime, you would do well to rest and recover from your own ordeals. But surely, Sir Aymeric is never long from Estinian's bedside, and will send word the moment there are any developments. Now, if I have satisfied your concerns, I believe Lord Edmont and his sons are most eager to celebrate your return. Very well, First Commander. Combat. 'Twould seem that we are awaited at Four Temps Manor. Yeah, let's go.
The heroes of the hour return.
We but did our duty, my lord. It was the memories of fallen friends and not our heroism which saw us through at the last.
I gave every ounce of my strength, but mine efforts would have counted for naught had the Warrior of Light not arrived to challenge the Great Worm. As a sworn knight of Ishgard, I had hoped to do more for my city.
Well, we cannot all be heroes, dear brother. Let us put away our pride for a moment and revel in the valiant deeds of our comrade. For your sterling service to Ishgard, we salute you. And while we're on the subject of valiant deeds, I believe I myself have earned some small measure of recognition. Under my watchful command, the ballistas of the Outer Ward struck down a veritable swarm of Dravanian invaders.
My lord's command was certainly watchful. He bravely watched as the siege crews took aim, and continued to watch as countless wyverns met their end. Indeed, the ward's defenders proved so well drilled that my lord had little occasion to stop watching.
There will be time enough to determine who is most deserving of recognition later. Our friends are doubtless weary from their exertions. I had chambers prepared in expectation of your return. You are welcome to retire at your leisure.
I am most grateful for your hospitality, my lord, but I believe I shall pay a visit to the Temple Knight's Infirmary. Pray excuse me.
Our master Alphino has grown. The plight of his stricken brother in arms pains him more than his own hurts. In which respect he has come to resemble you, Warrior of Light. Go then, visit the Azure Dragoon, and grant him what comfort you may.
Oh, we will. He practically just says the same thing. Okay. Estinian is resting in our infirmary. The sickbeds are our front line now, and the battle to save the wounded continues unabated. True, true. Bat, my friend, what can I do for the savior of Ishgard? You seek Master Elfinod. Ah, he came to relieve me of my vigil a short while ago. When he begged to sit at Estinian's side, I would not well refuse him, though he would sooner faint than admit it. The boy must be exhausted by Hraesvelgur's trial and all that followed. Estinian is blessed to have such devoted comrades. Huzzah! Litany of Peace. Aymeric appears lost in nostalgia. My own friendship with Estinian began some 10 years past, shortly after we joined the Temple Knights. I learned his name soon enough, but Estinian barely registered my existence. I was less a fellow recruit and more a shadow which occasionally darkened his path. And so I might have remained, had fate not seen fit to intervene. While out on patrol, our company was set upon by a dragon, and we were the only two to survive. The experience forged a bond between us, and such life-threatening situations are wont to do. Despite our friendship, he remained an intense and solitary youth. An intense and solitary youth, wholly obsessed with claiming vengeance against Nidhogg. Revenge was ever at the forefront of his mind. Revenge for the death of his parents, and the revenge for his younger brother. I would venture that in Elfinod he sees something of his lost sibling, and in an ungentle childings of Estinian, Elfinod has found an elder brother he had never had. Truth be told, Estinian's tactless observations have saved me from disaster once, more than once, and I can well understand Elfinod's affection for him. He is a friend for whom I would gladly... Lord Commander, your presence is required at the infirmary. Is he... Tell them I'm on my way. Quest accepted. So it's over then. Quickly, Bet, we must go to him. Upon proceeding to the infirmary, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Yes, let's do it.
Estinian!
Cease your mewling, boy. It grates my ears.
Forgive me. When I saw you awaken, I could not... It was such a relief. We feared you might never wake up.
Now, Estinian. If Master Alphinaud thought any less of you, you would still be Nidhogg's plaything. Or dead.
Aye, 'twas but a jest. I thank you, Alphino. And you too, Warrior of Light. Quite how you managed to persuade Hraesvogr to aid in his brood brother's downfall I cannot imagine. But full glad am I that you did. 'Tis an honor to share the mantle of Azure Dragoon with one such as you.
I, for my part, owe you an apology. When last we met, I did willingly loose an arrow at your heart. Can you forgive me?
There is naught to forgive, Hameric. You but acted in defense of Ishgard as is your duty. Were you any less single-minded about it, I would not follow you into battle, nor trust you at my back. Besides, I had come to the selfsame conclusion, that I would have to perish for Nidhogg to be stopped. So let us dispense with the hand-wringing. I have heard enough mewling for one day.
Oh!
The tendrils of Nidhogg's foul presence bound up every fiber of my being, usurping my senses, but I yet retained some trace of awareness. The worm's mind was as a vast and tumultuous sea. Endlessly its black waters churned, his grief and despair at Ratatoska's murder never calming, never receding. Driven by this surging current came wave upon wave of unrelenting rancor. It was the very image of my own heart. There I saw the dark reflection of the hatred I felt after Nidhogg slew my family, when no path remained save vengeance against dragonkind. Neither one of us had a choice. But I was blessed with something Nidhogg was not. Comrades and teachers to console and admonish me. Had I not had them to gainsay my obsession, it would surely have consumed me as Nidhogg's did him, and we would have been in all respects alike. Though his shade is banished, his spirit scattered upon the sea of clouds, I feel no joy at his passing. Where once I craved vengeance, I now crave rest. Lord Commander, my hunt is at an end. I would lay down the mantle of Azure Dragoon.
My friend.
He has tired himself with too many words. I doubt not that he will make a full recovery, but he must be allowed some few days of quiet.
I too must see my path to its end. Sleep well, my friend.
Following the battle with Nidhogg on the Steps of Faith, Sir Emeric called an assembly that he might make his final proclamation as acting head of state. 'Twas there, with one decree, that the 1,000-year rule of the archbishops was ended, paving the way for a new republic. The governance of Ishgard would now be placed in the hands of high and lowborn alike, their ranks represented by the newly founded House of Lords and House of Commons. Church was separated from state. The foundation for change had been carefully laid, and the reforms proposed by Ishgard's new government passed into law without incident. His duty done, Emeric de Burrell gladly stepped down from the Archbishop's dais, only to be raised unto the highest seat in the House of Lords. Though he strove at first to refuse this honor, the unexpectedly strident voice of the Count de Durandare left him little choice but to accept. And so it was that the winds of gentle revolution came to stir. Prominent among the many honored guests at Sir Emeric's investiture were the ambassadors of Dragonkind, a fitting symbol of Ishgard's newfound peace. The people looked on in awe as he soared through the heavens on Dragonback. And by their cheers did they hail him an Azure Dragoon for a new age. Thus were the notes of the dragon song rewritten, the din of war giving way to a rising litany of peace and hope.
Righty. Hello, Amric. I was gazing out at the sea of clouds in an all too rare moment of idleness, when I chanced to behold a certain hero winding his way towards the city on Dragon's Back. Welcome home, Bat. Nay, 'twas no grave matter that moved me to greet you in person. Between you and me, I merely sought respite from the pressures of office. No sooner did I surrender my role as temporary head of state than I am burdened with a position of a more permanent responsibility. I fancy that it echoes in some small measure the way you must feel when your improbable feats of heroism and are rewarded with still more impossible challenges. The myth which guided our society for generations lies in tatters, and I am then to be scorned for building upon the system of nobility that I once sought to tear down. And what strange jest is it that places me at its pinnacle, an archbishop's bastard at the head of the House of Lords? Ah, but these questions are for me to answer. It is not in man's nature to change overnight. This I learned through painful experience, and it was this hard lesson which convinced me to take the path which we now follow. Even as we rebuild the bridge between man and dragon, so must we reimagine Ishgard, one carefully placed stone at a time. We must remember that it is not for us that we lay this groundwork, but for the men and women that our children will become. May their towers rise proudly from the foundament of our legacy. I hear word from Captain Whitecape that Estinian has vanished from his sick room. His wildfulness survives undiminished. Should you ever happen upon our immanually friend on your travels, pray assure him that I shall keep Ishgard safe until he deigns to come home. Thank you, Bat, and please convey my warmest regards to Master Elfinaud. You saved the day again, Bat. Not that I ever doubted you would. You spoke with Sir Aymeric. I do not envy him his new position. Ishgard has chosen a new road, but one littered with the detritus of 1,000 years of broken faith. Yet, though her people may stumble from time to time, I know of none better than Sir Aymeric to lead the march of progress. As for us, there remains the small matter of ushering in a new dawn in the shadow of inscrutable Asian machinations and seemingly endless procession of primals. But we too must walk our chosen path, no matter no matter how treacherous the footing. Huzzah! In the wake of Ishgard's governmental reform, new airship routes have been sanctioned. You may now travel to a selection of distant locales from the landing in Ishgard. Thank you, Blanhears. Nay, you need not remain there. We shall rendezvous at the usual place. All is proceeding as expected, then. Aye, there is naught to concern us, aside from one overly curious mouse. This way. Him again. It is of no moment. They will play their part, and we will play ours. And thus did grey mists give way to azure skies, man and dragon rise above, voices joined in song, but beneath shrouded burrows, beyond the scope of light, shadows stirs. We did it. The paths we walk. Do I want to do that one? It's basically an overview of Heaven's Ward. Here, why don't I take a break to get some more coffee and use the facilities, and then we'll do this quest, and then afterward we'll call it a night. So I will be right back. And yeah. I will do the 2-minute ad break as well, so that I can get rid of pre-rolls and whatnot. But I encourage everyone to get some hydration going and get a snack, and I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Alright, I have returned. Thank you everyone for waiting on me. Let's see here. Let's click back on the game. There we go. Great shot of Elfinod there, and well, Sataru is kind of in a blur. Anyway, let's continue with this quest. The paths we walk. Deep in thought, the House Vortem's manservant reflects upon the day not so very long ago. It was bitterly cold when you first came to our city, when I stood waiting for you before the Ark of the Worthy. To think that was where it all began. How much has changed since then, that day? Forgive me, of late I have been studying the works of the BatDan poet king, who wrote, "To ye who ask of things to come, give thought to what is past and gone." So rarely have we the luxury to reflect on the choices we have made, on how they have shaped the lives and the lives of others, our lives and the lives of others. Even I, a mere steward whose deeds would not merit a footnote in the annals of history, can see the value in this. I say this to you, Master Dan, because as you move, so too does the world. Pray spare a moment to contemplate your journey while you can. The road stretched on, obscured by an endless veil of snow. Somewhere in the white beyond stood the great iron gates, and on the other side a humble manservant who awaited the coming of 3 travelers. A warm welcome to you, Master Dan. To what do I owe the pleasure? In tracing your steps from those first days in Isgard, I see, well, no one could begrudge you for indulging in a little nostalgia. I am reminded how much I owe you and yours. Lest you forget, foreign merchants were subject to a frankly unreasonable level of scrutiny until relatively recently. Not so now, however. Now goods from every corner of Eorzea flow into our markets. And that, my friend, is change we can all appreciate. Merchants of all nations speak a common tongue, and its words are coin. Needless to say, there is little profit to be had in prejudice, especially against those who have received the patronage of account. Thus, when the wards of House Vortems arrived, she was glad to make their acquaintance. By the way, your kettle is done, essentially. Move the camera down a bit. What'll it be then? Ale? Mulled wine? No, don't tell me. Tea. Oh, so it be memories then, is it? Now there's a bitter drought that I'll leave you wanting. Assuming you can remember your own name, that is. Wow. Take your friend Tataru. One moment, she's just another girl waiting on customers, cleaning tables and so forth, and the next she's got a dozen admirers asking after her every bloody night. And I'll be damned if I can remember how it happened. Ha 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 ha. Singing those stupid songs, dancing those daft dances, though to be honest, I think it was her stories that really won them over. Stories of a certain hero's grand adventure across Eorzea, told with a flair that put a minstrel to shame. Who doesn't love a good hero's tale? Am I right? Hells, we've even got one about the man who built this tavern. Was one of the founding members of Ishgard, or so it goes. Now it is the that word told it, as the book told it. Besides Haldorith, the only knights who survived the battle with Nidhogg were the founders of the High Houses. Of course, these days we all know better than to put too much stock in the words of the church, eh? True, true. But there's more to the tale than just words. There's a sword, too, one which has been passed down from proprietor to proprietor since before anyone can remember. She's a rusty old bugger, but if you look closely at her handle, you can just make out an inscription. Brothers brave and true, live well, forgotten and content. A man who forsook wealth and fame, and chose a life of a humble tavern keeper. It's just a tale, of course, albeit a good one. As for the truth, who can say? Friend, who can say? He knew everyone's story, though he would never share his own. An optimist, he wanted to believe in the best in people. Sometimes that faith would be rewarded, other times betrayed. But he would listen regardless, and he would hope. Camp Cloudtop. Oh, I want my dragon. I want my dragon. Dragons are cool. Master Dan, I was but this moment thinking of you. I had hoped to speak with you in Sir Amric's investiture, but circumstances conspired to prevent me from attending. Mayhap you will allow me to say now what I could not say then. On behalf of House Hilinate and all of Ishgard, I offer unto you my deepest and most humble thanks. You risked your life to stand against our sworn enemy and freed us from a millennium of torment. Though we can never hope to repay you, we will ever remember you and your deeds, that our children and their children's children might know the man to whom they owe their lives. I concede that the grand investiture would have been a more fitting occasion for such words, but I could not risk them being left unspoken. What brings you to this way? As you can see, Camp Cloudtop remains much the same as it did during the war, though we need no longer watch the skies for Dravanian outflyers. The Vanu have proven themselves similarly worthy of our attention. Oh, Emin, how's it going? I say, old boy, you have the most uncanny ability to appear whenever I least expect you. But enough about that. Honorant? Oh, yes, my lord, Lady Lanate, I am pleased to report that we succeeded in infiltrating Vandu territory and were observed the beastmen harvesting crystals at several different sites. Based on the volume of crystals acquired during our period of surveillance, I have prepared to estimate of how much time I believe it will take the Vandu to gather significant crystals for another summoning. I have also taken the liberty of drafting several proposals outlining how the Rose Knights might prevent such a eventuality, such as raiding these sites and securing their stores, as well as detailed assessment of the risks involved should you choose to proceed. That's good work. By the Fury, I gathered you were clever, but I was not aware that you were capable of this. With respect, you are wasted on your master. Hard-working, full of potential, I think there is a place for you here with the Rose Knights, if you would have it. Nice. That you would consider taking me unto your service is a tremendous honor, my lady, and were I free to do so, I would gladly accept, but I am pledged to another, as you well know. Regrettable, but understandable, I take comfort in the fact that a youth of your talent and character will never want for opportunities. Ah, the jealousy. Pledged to another, you rascal. I thought I saw you whispering in young Salet's ear the other day. You certainly wasted no time wooing our newest maid. There'll be no secrets between us. You must tell me everything. Where you've been sneaking off to together and what adventures you've been having. Every little detail, and don't you dare leave out anything out. I am sure he will not. In any event, you have jointly exceeded my expectations. I grant you leave to return to the city. Should the need arise, I shall call upon you again. Thank you, my lady. I believe we shall do as you suggest. Until we meet again, Master Dan. Not so fast. The next airship isn't due for another hour. We have so much to talk about. Honorant! Honorant! For all the lady's disdain, it was an old familiar dance. To her, Lord Emin would always be the boy fumbling for a compliment, and perhaps there was comfort in that, a memory of home on the bleak frontier. Falcon's Nest. 1,000 pardons, Master Dan. Had I known you were planning to pay us a visit, I would have seen that you received a proper reception. A feast, perhaps. Or at least a formal welcome with the men in full dress. You have more than earned it. The one only need look at the pilgrims to come in their droves to pray before the relief, to see the truth in that. Some abide in silence, while others shed tears, not for sorrow, you understand, but for joy. Joy in being released from Nidhogg's torment. Yo, Art, how's it going? Sir Redwalls, the shipment has been unloaded, and the quartermaster confirms that all supplies are accounted for. Master Dan, are you here for official business? Not really. A journey to remember and reflect. Aye, much has changed since first we came here together. Since I abandoned you to follow the heretic's trail alone. Come, my lord, mayhap you recall the savior whom you carried back to Falcon's Nest that day. Well, his wife, but recently gave birth to their first child. Is that so? Well, well, mayhap I should pay him a visit. Though he would doubtless be honored, my lord, you need not put yourself to such trouble. Your responsibilities as Count surely leave little time as it is. Think not on that. I'm still me, and you are still you. Whatever our respective titles, I would speak to you as a friend. This preoccupation with position and power has shown no end of discord between the two houses, and to the great detriment of our nation. 'Tis especially galling when one considers that much of what we have achieved as by virtue of our blood, and not by our character. To call me Count, call me Count if you must, but know that I take no pride in it. Mayhap one day, when I have earned it, I will, but not today. Still himself, is he? An honorable man, mindful of tradition, he has loth to accept the assistance of a foreigner in exile. But when forced to confront bitter truths, he looked within and found himself wanting. Pride be damned, then, if it lead one astray. He would set aside his prejudice and join hands with his gifted outcast for the greater good of Ishgard. Now where is this? Is this in Ishgard? Yeah, this is in Ishgard. Wait, hold on, I can just return. 2 foreign heretics against 2 knights of the Heaven's Ward. Under the watchful gaze of the Fury, they would fight, and the winner's claim would be proven true. It was the opening gambit for a greater game whose stakes would remain unknown for some time. You are Master Dan, if I'm not mistaken. We have met, though I'm sure you do not remember. 'Twas a seemingly lifetime ago, when you answered the Archbishop's summons. I often come here to reflect upon all that has come to pass, and when I saw you gazing at the holy vault, I thought perhaps that you had to. You turned our world upside down, everything we held dear, for change, for the truth. They say it had to be done, that this grace sought godhood. If so, then perhaps it was the Fury's will that you prevail. But to say it, to believe it, I know that no man is without sin, but he was pious and humble, wholly devoted to the church and to his people. I knew him, sir, and he was a good man. Whatever else he may have been, I still remember him as a good man. To walk the righteous path, to live for the sake of others, to rise to the highest station, yet remain powerless to bring an end to your people's suffering. What price salvation then? What sacrifice beyond reason? For uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. Limsa Luminsa. It's so crowded here. Bat, this is most unexpected. Do you have business with the Admiral? A journey of remembrance, you say? Well, far be it from me to deny you, unannounced or not. I suspect the Admiral is most displeased if she heard that I turned you away. True. True. Thank the navigator, I had resigned myself to another day spent listening to my advisors prattle on about the beastman's latest moments. Come, Bat, tell me of your adventures. The Ishgadians sail in uncharted waters, though I hope these new reforms of theirs meet with no resistance. 'Twould not be the first grand voyage to run afoul of reefs ere it properly began. But with Sir Aymeric at the helm, They may yet chart a course for generations to follow, which is not to say our own doesn't need correcting. The Alliance has grown complacent. The bloody nose you gave us at the melee showed me that. Nor have I forgotten the lessons of the banquet. Rest assured, we will root out any further turncoats before the dagger is at our back. You have my word on that, and Lady Yugiri's besides. She had never been one to retreat, much less in the face of transparent theatrics. But this had been no ordinary battlefield, the rules of engagement anything but clear. So she would watch, and she would listen, she would learn, and in time she would act. Never again, Bat, never again. Ah, Revenant's Toll. Oh, this is not the way. No, I have to go up the stairs. Master Bat, is aught amiss? I am both flattered and surprised that you should remember my small role in this tale, given the grandeur of your subsequent endeavors. Though I must confess to having derived some selfish pleasure from donning the garments of a shinobi once more, I am honored to have been able to assist in the freeing of General Raban from his captivity. And I believe I speak for all of my countrymen when I say that we are most grateful to have been granted the opportunity to contribute in the restoration of the Scions. Much has changed, it is true, and much may never be as it once was, but in watching you and yours rise from the ashes and rebuild, I am reminded that we must never give in to despair, for there is always something which may yet be saved. The oaths we swear. Prevention was ever better than cure, as Higiri knows only too well. Will you be traveling to Ul'dah next? If so, I would ask a favor of you. I have prepared a special unguent to aid in General Bond's rehabilitation. Injuries such as his must be tended to daily, even long after they have healed. You need only deliver it to his man, Commander Swift. He will see that the Flame General receives it. To Ul'dah. Greetings, Bat. What is it that you have there? Domin Ungent. Ungent. I was not aware that the General required such stuff. And one of our Domin friends made it for him, did she? Very well, I shall be sure to pass it on. Actually, wait here. We have just a moment concluded a meeting, and I expect he would be glad to speak with you before returning to the palace. There he is. So, Commander Swift tells me that you came in all this way to deliver Ungent. Daily, she says. Ha, well, mayhap it is best to be prudent. The gods alone know why you agreed to deliver it to her, for her, though, unless you mean to favor me with that rematch I requested. Let's do it, right now, right here. I jest, lad. You are on a journey of reflection, are you not? Melwerb said as much. And now you want to relive the moments you pulled me from the pit Ilberd left me to rot in. It shames me to think of it, that I was so blind to his hatred. Lolorito tells me that it was not always so, that Ilberd admitted to him he once believed that I would return to Alamigo at the head of an army. But years passed, and I did nothing. For all my accomplishments, or for all my wealth, my power, my influence, I did not to better the plight of my people. Not for the lack of trying, but Ilberd didn't know. He thought the bull of Alamigo had grown fat and complacent. That my story set a bad example for our countrymen. Forget our homeland and chase the Uldanian dream, a fine impossible dream which gave men the strength to endure their hardships and try to make new lives for themselves here. So the dream had to die. He would kill me, stir up the disillusioned, arm them at the monetarist expense, and then... Forgive me, the Scions paid the price for my failings. The gods know I have no shortage of debts to repay, of vows to keep and duties to discharge. But mark me well, lad. There will be a reckoning. Mayhap not today, mayhap not tomorrow, but a reckoning there will be. A refugee of a fallen nation, he had risen from the depths of poverty to claim a seat on the syndicate. Yet for all his great deeds, one was left undone, and like sands through an hourglass, the years slipped away, taking with them an old friend's hope. Who's this person? All the way over there. Holy crap. I love this zone.
Wait! No! Not like this! Wait, stop! No! Fuck!
I wasn't even doing anything. How's it going, Winglet? Hope you're doing well. We're just kind of wrapping up Heaven's Word. Doing the Remembrance quest. We fought and defeated Nidhogg though. Or Nidhogg shade. Got the eyeballs sorted out? Well, we threw them into the abyss, which we all know that once you throw something over the bridge of Ishgard, it never returns. It never returns to bite us in the butt. By the Fury, is that you, Master Dan? Forgive me, but what reason could you possibly have for returning to this god-forsaken place? Mayhap it is fate which brings you here on this day of introspection and reflection. We are come to Gorgian Mills to accept the surrender of a half-dozen heretics who once fought for the Lady Iceheart. If you are intending to visit the cellars, I would ask that you do nothing to unsettle them. I mean, why would I want to do that? Your RP character has speculated we would send an expedition down there to see what's fallen over the years. Ah, yes, of course. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like you could like go down there with a metal detector like those people do when they're on the beach and find a whole bunch of stuff. Wait, I know you. You were at the amphitheater with the Dragon Slayer. So, I suppose we owe you an apology. When you came to us seeking to parley, we were sure it was a scheme to lure out Our Lady. We were sure about a lot of things. When she first shared her revelation, when she told us that she was not Saint Shiva reborn, we assumed it was a test. For had we not prayed for salvation? Had she not descended to deliver us from evil? She replied that our prayers were but fuel for a fever dream, a construct born of desperation and denial. She was no savior, she said. But when we marched upon Ishgard regardless, she pulled us from the brink of oblivion and implored us to find another way. And here we are, ready to lay down our arms at last. It's time. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So considering you a friend, she considered you a friend. Had things been different, mayhap we could have been friends too. Farewell. Forsaken by gods and men, they found salvation in revelation. They could take up arms against their own kind to set ancient wrongs to right, cut out Ishgard's festering heart, and the war would be over. This they knew, believed with all their being, until their savior told them their efforts would be for naught. Okay, to the convictory. Yeah, yes, good idea indeed. The magic of friendship. Maybe you could answer me this, Winglet. How come we don't have... we have Midgard Summer as a mount, but how come we don't have Hraesvelgr as a mount? What? What's wrong with having Hraesvelgr as a mount? squint of pondering. Ah, I see, I see. Well, if it isn't the great warrior of light himself, he who slew the dread worm Nidhogg, bringing an end to 1,000 years of war, and my very livelihood. Well, go on then, strike me down and finish the job. Stab me right in the heart. I'll even lend you my spear, if you like. After all, I won't be bloody needing it. Wow, he's heartbroken. Brah ha ha ha. Tell me true, for a moment I had you fooled. Ye gods, as if I could hate the man who would rid us of Nidhogg. Oh, and at least you worry, that business about me losing my livelihood couldn't have been further from the truth. On point of fact, peace is proving surprisingly lucrative. As our nation's ties with Hraesvelgur's brood have grown stronger and our interests in Dravania have begun to expand, we have seen a marked increase in the number of travelers on the road. Needless to say, said travelers require protection, which we are only too happy to provide. Granted, such work will not earn you a lordship like slaying a dragon might, but it pays well and is far less prone to end in incineration, which seems a reasonable enough compromise, all things considered. As long as there are wars to fight, there will be those who take up arms not out of hatred or even a sense of duty, but for want of better employment. When presented with an alternative, such individuals may gladly trade their swords for size, or, failing that, pledge themselves to a more worldly cause. Yay, we're going to Tailfeather. You'd guess because this dragon volunteered to go with us and Hraesvelgur is busy being boss dragon. But Midgard Summer is his father. Midgard Summer is big boss dragon. Something the matter, son? Narth giving you any trouble? A journey of remembrance, eh? Gods, it feels only yesterday that Izel turned up in Tailfeather with you in tow, back into our lives, and gone all too soon. Did I ever tell you how we found her 5 years back on Torpor, out in the forest, all by her lonesome? Aye, well, we weren't about to leave her there, so we carried her back here and tended to her ill till she woke up. Didn't say a word for days, Izel. Just sat there and stared up at the sky, as if the ground held nothing for her. And she didn't, we learned, when she finally spoke. Now you might think she's not one to smile, but if you'd seen her in those years that followed, then one day, all of a sudden, she says she's got a truth that must be shared, up and leaves for gods know where, and that was the last we heard of her for a time. Redemption's not beyond us, friends. Come and hear the truth. Come and hear the Lady Iceheart speak. And they did. From far and wide, or so the story went. Some said there was nothing in it, but I knew. I think, Bat, that deep down most folk want to do right by themselves and by others, and they try, oh how they try. You do, certainly. And so did she. The legacies we leave. Apologies. You came here to think on your own memories, not listen to mine. I take it the North are next. Right then, if we're to do this properly, you need to gather your incentives, same as before. Cease you forgotten, that's a basket of fresh fruit, a good-sized jar of lamb-trap nectar, and a dirty great cartload of young Naka flesh. Ew. Ack, come on, lad, surely you can't be that bloody daft. You're more than welcome to in their village already. Safe travels. He's basically making a joke because we had to do a lot of things to earn the Nath's, or the Vath's, friendship. Baths or bats of friendship? Both. How's it going, Rin? Rin, I don't know if you want the spoilers. You're actually, kind of in the middle of this quest line. This is just the Paths We Walk quest line, which basically does a overview of everything that happened in Heaven's Ward. Hunter of dragons and gods, I bid you welcome. What would you ask of me this eve? Once we would have had no conception of what you speak. The one mind does not forget, but we do. It can be most distressing. To remember is not enough. One must strain to give words to memory and inscribe words upon parchment. This is the chronicler's calling. He wrote of how you come to Loth Astvath, and how you left to slay Ravana, and how the young hunter trained with the old hunter while you were away. We shall treasure these memories, this history you have given us, and when new Vath join us, we shall share it with them as well. Bound no longer to the will of the many, they were now free to walk their own path. Thus reborn, they would write the first chapter of a new history to be passed on to future generations. And as their culture grew older and richer, so too would their story. Now we get to speak to Vidolfnir. Yeah, it's okay. Gotcha. But basically this quest line is just going through the maps of Heaven's Ward and speaking to the NPCs that you interacted with along the way. Hello, Vidolfnir. Oh, I am too close to her. I'm so sorry. Friend of Zale, warrior of warriors, thou art ever welcome in Annexed Shrine. What bringeth thee to us this night? There is much wisdom to be gained from looking to the past, to walk half-remembered paths, to mark anew their twists and turns. We too do this, though not through pilgrimage, nor less the written word, beloved by thy historians. In song do we preserve the deeds of our lost and chronicle the passing of the ages. Naught hath greater power to stir our hearts, 'Twas a dirge of profoundest sadness that roused Nidhogg's brood to action, a dirge which soundeth no more. Now a new song riseth to fill the void, one of hope rekindled, of war's end and peace's rebirth. I shall sing of thee and Yzel's ever after, that all may know and remember. In the chorus, the fallen could rise once more, for none are dead whose names yet echo in the heavens. And the song would not end until the last voice fell silent. Heroes and villains, sinners and saints, all would live again. Now we're going to Mogholm. And speak to the giant Mog person that we had to fight in the dungeon. Well, yank my palm and call me Molebat. Molebat? What the hell is that? I certainly wasn't expecting to see you today. Still calling yourself Bat. Wow. Not that there's anything wrong with that, Kupo. Anyway, what are you doing here? Thank heavens for that. I was sure you were going to ask for help with yet another one of your exciting quests. But by all means, we'd love to pass the time reminiscing about the good old days. And when better than now, Kupo? What with your friends visiting and all, wait here and I'll fetch them. Wow. Okay. So you just like instant transmissioned over here. Okay, cool. Yo, how's it going there, charging magic missiles? I hope you're doing well. Full glad am I to see you again, Bat, and in Mogholm of all places. Kupo Opu, it really is you, and just when we were about to leave. I think it wonderful, this pilgrimage of yours, a final reflection upon the past, that you might face the future with eyes unclouded and heart at peace. Few would deny that the events of recent days warrant such contemplation. When last we stood in this place, I dare say none among our number would have believed what was to follow. Young Estinian, least of all, upon learning what befell him at Azizla, I confess I thought him lost, but when Master Elfinod told me of your great struggle and of his salvation, I was reminded of your talents for the impossible. If you ask me, he seemed altogether too stubborn to die, though I suppose it is no small feat to evict a spite-filled worm once it has made its home in one's head. With Nidhogg's passing, the children of Ishgard and Dravania may at last look to the future. It is my hope, however, that they will not forget the deeds of history, nor the many thousands of lives lost in their conflict, for only through remembrance will they avoid the mistakes of the past. We thank you again for your hospitality, Chieftain Moglin, and pray that you will one day allow us to extend you the same courtesy. I wish you well on your journey, Pat. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Until we meet again, Kupo. Even in the farthest reaches of distant, dangerous lands, one may chance upon a friendly face. Though given to mischief and largely unconcerned by the troubles of the outside world, they came to understand Ishgard's plight and agreed to lend their aid. Eventually, that is. Yeah, we're going to the Zenith now. I'm doing video games, yo, true. I'm doing a recap of Heaven's Ward. It's a small quest that they have at the end of Heaven's Ward, which, wait, what are we doing over... Oh, I could have just flown here. I thought we were going to the Zenith, not, over here. Southeast of the Zenith, okay. We have to remember the campfire scene. Yep. Why am I sitting like that? The crackling warmth of Elfenod's campfire, the savory waft of Yazel's bubbling stew, the soft snoring of Malghan asleep on the grass. A cold wind blew at that night as well, and on the morrow they mounted the steps and blew the horn, but having climbed to the summit with hope in their hearts, they descended dejected, weighed down by truths too grim to contemplate. To Ul'dah. You there, over here, quickly. Who's calling me? I gave her a manly voice. He. I should have known you would see through my disguise after all. You have seen it before, but enough talk. We cannot linger here, lest the guards recognize their sultana. Yo, sneaky sultanas, yo, true. As you may have deduced, I was taking the air outside the palace when I saw you standing there, staring off into space. Have you something on your mind? I understand completely. So much has happened, so much has changed, and all in so short a space of time. Even now, I struggle to make sense of it all. But one thing, at least, is abundantly clear. I owe you an immense debt of gratitude for all you have done on my behalf, and on behalf of those whom I hold dear. After I awoke, Papa Shan told me everything. It was a lot to take in, but nothing could prepare me for what Lord Lolarito had to say. That ruthless, manipulative swine came before me and expressed regret for what had come to pass, and thinking to make amends, offered all of Telegi's assets, as well as half his own personal fortune, to the crown, and I accepted. Long did I debate how best to use this wealth. There is no end to the troubles facing our nation, and so no shortage of worthwhile causes. Yet none among our people have suffered more than the refugees, and it is they who shall be first to receive aid and succor. There is also the matter of the terrible wrongs committed against you and yours, for which I am in large part responsible. Nay, do not protest. It is the truth. Accordingly, I have set aside monies to aid in the Scion's rebuilding, if you would have them. Is monies even a word? Is that like, I don't know. That would be most welcome, thank you, Your Grace. Or mayhap it would be best if we did not. Yeah, we don't want to be like, I don't know. I'll just, yeah, thank you. Pray do not thank me, not after all you've suffered, and now that I do not think to atone for my mistakes with money. It is but a tool which I would see put to good use. Oh, listen to me. So much for enjoying a moment of respite outside the palace walls. It rather seems as if I've brought my responsibilities with me. I suppose I should return. Lady Lyrla, you must come home at once. Father is worried sick, you know? Gah, confound it. You lot...
Suddenly, there was a terrible roar all around us, and the sky was full of what looked like huge bats, all swooping and screeching and diving around the car. And a voice was screaming, "Holy Jesus, where are these goddamn animals?"
Hello, everyone. Becca, thank you so much for that raid. Let me give you a quick shout-out real quick here. There we go. Alright, everyone be sure to follow Becca at your earliest convenience. Last playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider. How are you enjoying that? Is it your first playthrough of Shadow of the Tomb Raider? I forgot to ask. But hello there, it's Ash Ketchum. I hope you're doing well. It is your second playthrough. Gotcha. I've only played it through once. Well, scratch that. I've played it through my first time playing it. I played halfway, and then I had other things to do. And then I played it again, but fully. So I played it 1.5 times. But you haven't played it in some years. Gotcha. How are you enjoying your second playthrough? And everyone be sure to follow Becca Varela at your earliest convenience. Fantastic streamer. For those of you coming in, we're doing this quest that is basically a recap of Final Fantasy XIV Heaven's Word expansion, talking to NPCs that we have traveled with and spoke with along the way, just to do a kind of like a recap of what happened after the events. So if you don't want spoilers for Heaven's Ward, I suggest turn back now or forever hold your peace. But it's good so far. Already not that stealthy and miss collectibles, but we managed to finish the prologue. Ah, nice. In 3 hours. Oh, good, good. Her second playthrough is rough if you're a child in game. You're not gonna lie. She hurt 2 children in the game, one with a tsunami. What? A tsunami? How can Becca wield a tsunami against people? Let's see, Lady Luria, you must come home at once. Father is worried sick, you know. Gah, confound it, you lot. Search the area. I know she came through here. On the other hand, it is essential that a ruler see firsthand how her subjects go about their daily lives, and I have not visited the markets in weeks. 'Twould seem a shame to let this opportunity go to waste. And basically, this little lady right here is the queen, and she is dressed in commoner clothes, basically to take a small break from being a queen, and her personal guard is looking for her at the moment to bring her back. And she's like, oh, well, let me go somewhere else. You didn't know Lara Croft had magic powers? I didn't know either until I played that game. Bat, might I impose on you to have a brief yet cordial conversation with those Sultan Sworn? I believe the choice of subject matter is up to you. Take care. Hello there, Sultan Sworn Elite. Beg your pardon, sir, but did you perchance see a young Lalafian noblewoman pass this way? No, not at all. Are you certain? Oh dear, oh dear. Master Papashan said this might happen, but I never truly believed he was serious. The trumpets we share, triumphs we share. I said trumpets. Why? What part of trumpets? Triumphs are trumpets, and trumpets are triumphs. Who knows? Anyway, the triumphs we share. Wait, I know you. You are BatDan. What a stroke of luck. I can think of none better qualified to help us. You see, it is no mere noblewoman that we seek. Ah, but Master Papashan was most explicit about need of secrecy. Pray forget I mentioned it. We will find the lady on our own. What a cruel fate to lose her father as a child, to be compelled to rule in his stead, and how the years have tempered her dreams and taught her, sometimes brutally, the price of naivety. Though outwardly unscathed by her ordeal, it was a wiser and more wary Nanamo who reclaimed the throne. Going back to Ravenous Toll. Drop the sun on them? But why would I do that? I am inside a chocobo. This is very embarrassing. There you are, Bat. Higiri told me of your pilgrimage. I knew it was only a matter of time before you sought me out. I too have been reflecting on the choices which shaped my path. When I took to the road with my grandfather, when I joined the Crystal Braves, when I tried and failed to warn you before the banquet. Had my suspicions about Wolred's death, that it was the work of a Garlean spy within our ranks, but I could not be sure who was involved, hence my desire to speak with you in private. I thought long and hard about how to approach you without arousing suspicion, mayhap too long. Eventually, I decided to arrange a meeting through Mistress Momedy. Little did I know that the bastard Laurentius had seen me do it. Shortly thereafter, the fourth received urgent summons. Needless to say, I had no choice but to answer, and soon found myself at the mercy of Captain Ilbert's band of traitors. They confined me to the Rising Stones, along with others still loyal to the Scions, Riol, Emphenemy, Argemus, quite that they planned to do with us, I couldn't say. Mayhap they thought we would turn, given time, the fools. Lieutenant Uyuhase bid the third keep us under constant guard, but when Captain Ilberd moved to carry out General Raban's execution, they were forced to withdraw all but a token force, which we took by surprise one night, and then it was over. One might argue that it turned out better than it had any right to. All things considered, still there are nights when I lie awake wondering if I had done things differently, if I had been more careful or more decisive. What then? But there is not to be gained from thinking thus. We must count our blessings, must we not? We are still here, and most of what was broken can be rebuilt. You will see, Bat, you will see. For the freedom of all. It had begun with an oath and ended with a betrayal, as the conspirators turned on their comrades for coin and country. The good and true were beaten and imprisoned, or else butchered where they stood. But even in their darkest moments, they never stopped believing that the dawn's light would shine again. Why, hello there, Bat. Fancy meeting you here. Yo, it's Biggs and Wedge. Reminiscing about the glory days, eh? Aye, we spent many a sleepless night hammering away in that corner of ours. How's your mana cutter holding up, by the way? Biggs Wedgie, yo, true? Ah, that's good to hear. Not that I had any doubts, like our craftsmanship's second to none. Quite right. It will take more than swirling winds and raging dragons to bring her down. And that, my friend, is an Ironworks guarantee. Speaking of which, on the back of the field test's success, we've gone ahead and licensed the design for mass production. Soon, the Sky Steel Manufactory will be churning out mana cutters by the dozens. Which is why we're here today, as a matter of fact, to make sure their machinists don't bugger anything up. Apparently, adventurers have been queuing up to place an order, and even from the sky pirates. Just imagining the sea of clouds teeming with our creations fills me with father's pride. Right then, that's enough patting ourselves on the back. We've got to make sure the cutter's up to the snuff, or just you'll never let us hear the end of it. From now till we finish, there'll be no more breaks, distractions, and not one wink of sleep. Do you hear me? What? Oh. Mumble, cart, chocobo, what the heck is he talking about? Well, we'll leave you to it. Till next time, eh? Those are some tight undies. Must be, what do they call them? Underwear daddies or something? I don't know. Despite the many hardships they had endured, or perhaps because of them, they greeted every new challenge with a smile. Their workshop, their battlefield, their tools, their weapons, they involuntarily rose to the occasion, delivering ingenious solutions to seemingly insoluble problems. I guess we're going back to the Churning Mists. Malcolm? And instead of summoning our dragon, we'll summon the mount that they gave us, the mana cutter that they were talking about. Where is it? There it is. This is the ship that they were talking about, that they were going to mass produce. Isn't it wonderful? It's never going to be on my favorites. Through tempestuous winds they carved a path, breaching the dread worm's sanctum, and there did they put him to the sword. Yet in the wake of hard-fought victory were secrets laid bare in a vision dark and disturbing. The legacy of the fathers bequeathed to their sons and passed down through the generations. Old blood and enduring in the new. Old blood enduring in the new, a mark of the original sin. And we get to speak with everyone's favorite machinist. way. And there he is at last. Gil Briant said you were wandering all over, reminiscing about the days gone by. Seems a bit soon if you ask me. It's not like I didn't understand though. Some days I'll be walking through the broom, same as normal, and it'll hit me all of a sudden just how much has changed for us. Though I knew it was a bit different from what you've been through. Puts me in mind of the first time I saw him and his friends up near the Aetheryte, being shown around by that House Vortem's man. Oh, you never told me you'd met before. It weren't so much a meeting as a heckling, to be honest. When I heard their guide warning them off paying a visit to the broom, it struck in my claw. It stuck at my claw, whatever. And you've got to admit that Master Ulfenord's the spitting image of a snotty little lordling. Wow. A little lordling that went on to fight 2 knights of the Heaven's Ward with Bat here in a trial by combat, not to mention helping retake the vault from the True Brothers. Fury have mercy. It feels like a bleeding lifetime ago, don't it? 'Cause it was. What we've got now, nothing like what came before. It's a bleeding rebirth as it was. Cold comfort to the folk who died getting us here. Still, this place is ours. This piece is ours, and we owe it to ourselves to make the most of it. Meaning, we've got to work twice as hard to make the broom a better place, and no more harassing bloods either. Aye, aye. A world apart from the opulence of the pillars they had toiled, shrouded in a haze of the broom. Sentenced to a life of hardship by birth, they dreamed of a revolution as children dream of fairies. Then one came and went, and they suddenly found themselves with a seat at the table. Now, don't you guys worry about Hilda. She'll be part of the Stormblood Machinist questline. Oh, clouds part and let shine bright, sun upon Lanu Vanu. Great Netherling warrior returns to Okitsuku, and on pilgrimage of remembrance. Well, well. Know that we will always be grateful to you for your victory over the ravenous wight. No longer need we fear for the safety of our smallest islands. But Lanu Vanu is not one to forget Netherling's first coming, when he saves us from certain death at the hands of the Black Ones. Distant memory though it is. Yes, his many deeds are the stuff of legends, and shall remember the stories, and the hero's name, BatDan, for they are worthy of celebration now and ever after. the earnest, good-natured people. They had borne witness to the rage of their beloved god's twisted manifestation, and proclaimed it to be false. By the grace of kind travelers were they duly delivered from this wrath. And let's see, the mad god's death, signaling the birth of a new hero. Oh, we get to go to Gordania and talk to Ymitra, who is Yastola's sister. You all know that, right? Everyone knows that. Unless you skipped cutscenes. This person is doing the Final Fantasy XVI crossover event. Which ends this upcoming Wednesday, by the way, for all of you who have yet to do it. Well, Matt Bat, what brings you here this day? Indeed, though it seems an age, it was not all that long ago that we rescued Stola from the life stream. How quickly we began to forget even those memories most precious to us. In my defense, I might add that I have merely missed an opportunity to make new memories with my sister in the days since her return. Our conversations are largely on matters of scientific and professional concern, ancient Allegan technologies, primals, Asians, and so forth. She has an insatiable thirst for knowledge, as you know. Yet while I understand her desire not to burden those around her with her troubles, and to carry on as she did before, I do worry that her willingness to manipulate her own aether to compensate for the loss of her sight may have dire repercussions. She never told you then, but of course not. 'Twould rather have defeated the purpose. You should know that the technique she employs places a tremendous strain on her body. She is, of course, well aware of her limits, and more than willing to ignore them should she deem it necessary. I pray you see that she does not. Regrettably, she is wont to ignore my advice when it does not suit her. Yet, given your shared experiences, mayhap she will be more willing to heed your warnings. Her sister was under no illusions as to the dangers of the life she had chosen. Should the worst come to worst, Yastola would do what needed to be done, pay any price, make any sacrifice, and that without hesitation. She was a woman of conviction, deserving of respect and admiration, and no small amount of worry. To Idyllshire. Sorry that you're having trouble with your neighbor. Is there any way you can communicate with him to say, to keep it, to tell him to politely shut up, or maybe politely say, I'm going to call the cops if you don't shut up? I don't know. Why must governing Great Gobble Nation be so difficult? Like herding corals. Stupid curls with munchy differing views on glorious nation's future direction. Yo, slow fix, you're preaching to the choir here, okay? Yes, Slowfix knows he's letting emotions run wild. Uplander is welcome voice to reason. Not like when Uplanders first returned to Ilsire, yes? So much venom in that one's tongue flaps, calling Gobbleflock thieves. But Slowfix saw way to mutual understanding. Citizenship is in society first step in strengthening communal ties. Gives all vested interests in continued prosperity of that utopia. There we go. The burdens we bear. For a final objective of this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or the duty list. You will need to read the text carefully and decipher the clues to determine your next course of action. Basically, they're telling you that they're not going to pinpoint on the map where this ends, because you're supposed to, know it at the end. The burdens we bear. Slowfix is a goblin beset by troubles, great and small. And now Slowfix bids Uplander fulfill civic duty as citizens of Ildershire and hand-lending of great import. In caves south of settlement lives Old Crone, wielder of powerful magics used to craftily make frogmen and chase away curious gobbles. Uplander has made many buzzy deals with Old Crone, yes? Then Uplander can appeal to Crone's better nature and make her call off frogmen harriers. Yeah, let's do that. Gee, I wonder what crone he's talking about. Who could it be? It's also meaning that this quest line is coming to an end. Which is good because my voice can only take so much. Hello, Master Matoya. Well, this is a pleasant surprise. I am well aware that you're only here because you want something, but at least you didn't bring your little friends. So, out with it. Oh, is that what the goblins told you? That my servants were attacking their poor defenseless scouts without a slightest provocation? Ha! The little buggers were trying to eat them. They're lucky I didn't have my progos return the favor. But you can tell them from me that if they try it again, I will personally feed them to my servants one limb at a time. Granny, oh, true. I do hope you didn't come all this way just to play errand boy for those dirty little scoundrels. Aren't you a bit young to be going on grand journeys of reflection? You haven't lived long enough to have so many regrets. So many regrets. The same goes for that boy, complaining that things hadn't unfolded as he dreamed they would. It makes no difference what should have happened to Minfilia. What matters is what did happen. The past is the past, and no amount of wishing you'd done things differently will make it so. You make your choices, and you do what needs to be done. That's it. That's the attitude you came here with the first time, when you wanted to find a way to get to Azazla, and you would do well to remember it. Right then, I think you've wasted quite enough of my time. It's bad enough that I had to suffer Stola's unannounced visits. I don't need you making a habit of it too. She was the sum of everything that had come before. Triumphs, failures, all essential and indispensable. Had things unfolded differently, so too would she. What use, then, to mourn the woman who never was? There was only this time, this place, this choice. To Azazla. And this part is very sad. But Granny, we miss you. We want to bother you in your old age. Yo, true. As you guys remembered in the cutscene that finished off after Nidhogg's demise at our hands, we saw Estinian leave Ishgard with a bouquet of flowers. You spy something on the ground at the landing's edge. A bouquet of fresh Nemea lilies lies at your feet, an offering to the departed. A thousand fires blossomed around her as she fell towards the battleship, a crimson star shower amidst impassive clouds. Then came the azure light, faint at first, soon blinding, then shattering, casting motes of diamond to the four winds. For those we have lost. Visit Tiamat. We're gonna visit Tiamat. Hello there, Tiamat. Child of man, chosen of Hydaelyn, naught remaineth for thee here, save the delusions of the condemned. In my madness did I spy my departed brood brother in yonder skies, though I know it cannot be so. What sayest thou? My senses are yet mine own. Then he whom I saw was but my dear brother's rancor, clad in mortal flesh. What up, Big T? Yo, true. And thou didst deliver him to his death's cold embrace. I bear thee no ill will, child. 'Tis beyond me. All my hatreds are bound up in moments ephemeral and eternal, my beloved's passing and his resurrection. I am no better than Nidhogg, consumed by love, twisted by rage. I too sought vengeance without end. In Midgard summer. Yet thou hast since renounced it, hast thou not? Through millennia have I watched, as time did that which I could not. As the men of Alag perished and their works fell to ruin, leaving me to think on mine own sins in solitude. What folly to despise man, his base desires, when hatred's hand so effortlessly drove me to take Asian Ridai. Then look thou on him again and with eyes unclouded, and mark how he laboureth to rise above his nature, how he and Hraesvelgur's brood now rise their voices in a shattered song of peace, a shared song of peace. 'Tis my dearest hope that it shall prove the founding stone for a bulwark against the dark. As time delivered Alag unto its reward, so too will it prove his peace true and fleeting. As I remain here, apart, and watch. Chosen of Hydaelyn, it is well that thou camest unto me in contemplation, but the road stretches ever on, and thy battle is not yet won. Perhaps there was hope for them. Perhaps this time they would learn and remember. But her part in the tale had yet ended long ago. Within this monument to hubris would she remain until the end of days, beyond redemption. I don't know. Those of us who have finished Shadowbringer's patches would argue against that, but okay. The undying ones were defiant, disbelieving, even as death embraced them. Then the knights too succumbed, loyal to the last to a cause long lost. His body growing light, the archbishop looked upon the arbiter of his fate, and knew not what he saw, and then it was over. Naught remained save the eyes, thinking to bear them away from the covetous hands of men. Estinian took the accursed bulbous in his own, and was duly bent into their will, if only for a time. At a friend's behest had they embarked upon their journey, and so, after their triumphant homecoming and all the pomp of circumstance, there was but one way it could end. And I don't know if you could read it, but the last thing we have to do for this quest, it says pay respects to a friend, and unable to open a map at this time. So does anybody know what friend we're supposed to pay respects to? After speaking with the others, we have decided to leave the intercessory vacant for the time being. You are more than welcome to make use of it as you see fit. I dismissed it as a mere jest at first, but I suspect Lord Hierophant was quite serious when he suggested calling it the Falling Snows. Yours is ever welcome, face friend. If you are weary from your journey, pray rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. Hello, Franzel. Hello again, old friend. It doesn't get any easier, does it? quest completed. You have learned the emote Harassavant. And to show you guys what that looks like from the front. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Huzzah! So that is it for tonight. We completed what I wanted to. There are still 3 more patches in the Heaven's Ward, but those patches are more the start of Stormblood than they are post Heaven's Ward.